Yo, boss man Patrick. Good morning. He's here. He's here. Quick off the mark. What's going on? You decent? Good progress on your witch piece? Oh yeah, thanks. Yeah, we got pretty damn far on it yesterday, to be fair. Yeah, I'm pretty much going to finish it today, I think. All being well. Could be better, but it's life. Yeah, I hear that, dude. I hear that. Just got to take each day as it comes, haven't it? That's all we can do, really. Hope you're good and you enjoy your coffee. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, so another day, another stream, another warm up, and then we'll get into the environment. Like I said, I'll probably be able to finish it up today, all being well. And then tomorrow, we're going to do critiques and paintovers and just like general Q&A. So that should be fun. I've got some paintovers that people have submitted, and I'll go over those, and then we can go over like any other things that people want to know that I can help with. And yeah, if anyone's got any like questions and stuff as well, we can just do questions. Is there a requirement? What do you mean? Requirement for what? To send images to get possible look. No, I mean there's no requirement other than you have to submit them on the Discord. There is a channel on there called Critical Thinking Crits, something like that. I'll show it at the end. Actually, I can show it now. What am I on about? Let's go. Here, I will go to my main Discord. So this is. Sorry. Can you see Photoshop? Yeah. Yeah. On the Discord, Heath's house, if you go to the Critical Thinking Crits LOL channel, you can submit an image here, which I'll take a look at on Thursday. Yeah, the only rules are, I guess, just to reiterate, just submit one image, whether it's finished or work in progress, it doesn't matter. Explain the intention and narrative behind the image, and also tell me what you're struggling with or need help with it. And then, yeah, we'll get to those tomorrow. And we'll do that. Yo, Soup0209, Morgan. Guten Morgen. Yeah, so I sort of plan to do one of those kind of streams where we do the critiques and stuff like every few weeks. Because I've done them before, like interspersed with what we're currently doing, and it's just like there's too many things going on. So let's do that. Sorry, I got to turn the Bluetooth off from my phone, otherwise if anyone tries to ring me, it takes over my headphones. All right. So what we like 6 minutes in, I will start off with the warm-up. Today's dagger is going to be basically a dagger that the witch from the swamp image, you know, could use to forage and or murk unsuspecting victims. So I'm going to use this femur bone and make a sort of dagger out of it as part of the warm up today. Delightful, you say. Correct. Let's get a... Yeah, particularly witchy thing to have a femur bone dagger. So yeah, we'll just start off with the kind of basic line work just to get the shape. And then, yeah, then we'll use the pen tool basically and cut it out. Yeah, I thought femur bone dagger would be particularly fitting for a witch. Kind of pretty gruesome. Pretty gruesome. Maybe want that a little longer. Something like that. Something like that. And then, yeah, we'll use the pen tool to grab this shape, or at least neaten this shape up. Pen tool guys, get on it. Get on it, people. Oh, come on. Jesus. Gee whiz. Mm-mm. Here we go. We got a shape. We got a shape. Let's get rid of that. And we'll just lock the transparency on this so that we can sort of paint on the inside of it a little bit. Bones, mate. So yeah, I was thinking I did want to do like a bone dagger because felt like the witch that we have in our landscape illustration. She's gonna have some kind of dagger thing going on, and I thought it'd be particularly gruesome. You know, like down the center of the bone, you have sort of like a bone marrow in like the hollow, right? And that if you'd sort of carved a blade out of this, that you would have that hollow, like, you know, you'd carved into that hollow tunnel, and then there'd sort of be the remnant of that in the blade. It's kind of gross. So you got this kind of like fissure in the blade. And like I imagine that she's only kind of carving this out with kind of something, it's like some kind of stone tool or something like that. So it's going to be pretty rugged. Yeah. There you go. Just the things I think about. Kind of like that yellowy color that's on there. Yeah. Yeah. Yo, Jewel, what's up? Morning. How are you? Doing good. Seated with some work and ready for the art stream. How are you? Yeah. I'm great, thanks. Yeah, I had a really good stream yesterday. We got like really far with the image. I think it came along really quite quickly. It is nice when you sort of like picture something in your head and then you're able to sort of get the main body of that down quite quickly, which, yeah, I think is nice. And now, like, today is going to be a kind of a nice day on it where I just concentrate on like the sort of the details and the set dressing and just sort of pulling it all together. And all of that kind of good stuff. I think it's a nice place to be with the image. I've already started thinking about the next one. Yeah, I've already started thinking about the next one, so that's good. And yeah, I think we will probably finish it up today. The swamp image. So that's cool. Cam, what's on the menu today? Well, firstly, we've got this bone knife, femur bone knife, as the warm up, and then we are going to finish this bad boy. So yeah, we started this one yesterday. We did basically about 3 hours on this from the very beginning. So we got to this stage in 3 hours, which is really good. So yeah, we're going to just continue with it today. We're going to do a lot of, like I said, the set dressing, so on, but I'll talk about it in a bit. First up, we got to warm up. Playing with his bone again. Yeah, yes sir. Morning Dan, morning Dan. Nice, tricky perspective. Nah, not really. Not really. Yeah, we got some spooky music today. Spookier music. Really, really fitting with the whole swamp thing. So, has anyone played the sort of, I guess it's not a reboot, but they just continued to work on it and make it better. The Lords of the Fallen game. They've sort of like been revamping it over the last few years, like improving the game, adding lots of systems and stuff like that. And apparently it's like a completely different game now, like much more better optimized and improved and stuff. I was thinking I might play it this evening. Fancied a little break from Path of Exile. Okay. Yeah, it's a Souls-like, and I guess it has a slightly bit more fantasy, dark fantasy sort of aesthetic than Dark Souls, which is like, I'd say Dark Souls is kind of quite gritty, more on the realistic end of things. But Lords of the Fallen is a bit more sort of like edgelord, a bit more, I guess, like colorful overall, and still going for that sort of dark fantasy aesthetic, but it's just not quite as like overcast and completely grayed out like a lot of FromSoft stuff is. But yeah, they've been working on it loads. So apparently it's, when it first released, it got kind of panned because a lot of the systems are a bit like half-baked and stuff. But yeah, they sort of in 2023 sort of like re-released it, and then they've added something like 70 odd updates to it, and now it's apparently like pretty decently fully fledged game. So I was thinking of giving it a go. Okay. Let's get this bad boy a bit of a shadow. Game night soon then. Yeah, game night tonight, dude. Daisy's out tonight with workmates tonight and tomorrow. Because she's got like work colleagues that are visiting from Chicago. So yeah, I got a couple of nights in by myself. Play some games. You know. Gonna have pizza tonight. Boys living. So streaming, I meant. Oh yeah. Yeah, I could stream it, I guess. Do I what's going on this Friday? I feel like something's happening this Friday. I think I've just got plans in the evening. I potentially stream on Friday. I've got the dentist next Friday. No bueno. Okay, how long have we got? Oh shit, man. You love the dentist, always there once a year. Bro, I've not been to the dentist since before I met Daisy. So that's been at least At least 10 years. I, I actually don't think I've been to the dentist since I've known you, Dan. That's how much I've been avoiding it. Yeah. The last time I went to the dentist, I went to an emergency dentist because I bit a lollipop and my tooth like shattered in half, and I had to go to an emergency dentist, and it was such an ordeal and a very painful, shitty experience that I've just not been back since. And I know that is bad, but in my defense, there isn't. I like the emotes, by the way. There isn't. I'm not like experiencing any pain with my teeth or anything like that. So it's not like there's some kind of work that I need but I'm not getting, you know? It's more I just haven't been. And maybe there is a little bit of work that I need that they'll tell me about, but for the most part it's just I had a shitty experience and I've just not been back. And I know this time will be fine, you know, but when you have a bad experience at the dentist, it's just no fun, is it? Just taints it, taints the experience. Who needs teeth when you got healed, my man? Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm talking about. Man knows what up. I have a sort your life out day. Everything I've been putting off for the past years, I have to do on that day. Yeah, fair enough. I'm sort of like that sometimes, but heal a day keeps the dentist away. That's what they say. That's what they say. We're sticking with it. Talking of teeth, I'll have a few teeth hanging off of this here dagger as a bit of a charm. Because we've still got a bit of time for the warm up. I mean, I could always finish the warm up early, I guess, but I've got one tooth that just looks like the Terminator. It's like half a Terminator tooth, and that's the one that I cracked with a lollipop because I was eating a lollipop as an adult, and so it kind of serves me right. To be fair, they're for kids, yo. They're for kids. Lollipops are for children, so, you know, I got what I deserved. There you go. These are some pretty minging teeth right here. So fitting. Just look like a fitting knife for a witch. A little bone Chris dagger made of a thema bone. Pretty grim. Lose your teeth with crack cocaine like an adult. Exactly. Grow up. Lollipops are for kids. Meth for adults. The only real legit excuse to be losing your teeth as an adult is either in a fight, a bare knuckle fight, or you had to bite a wild animal that was attacking you, like you got attacked by an alligator and you had to bite it. You lose a teeth like that. That is acceptable as an adult. Lollipops, no. If you lost teeth while watching anime, not an adult thing to do. Grow up. Yeah. If you tried to, say, tighten up a bolt with your teeth because you didn't have a spanner, acceptable adult teeth breaking behavior. It's also probably pretty impressive. I'd say if any ladies are watching. Bone is looking bony. I love it. Well, I hope so. I hope Bone's looking bony. No more wimp shit. Exactly. Fun fact. I have broken about 19 or 20 bones in my lifetime. Pretty much all of them doing stupid shit in one way or another. So little factoid. Say make them 20, round them up. It could actually even be 20. Yeah, I've been on crutches a number of times. It's not fun. Bone is bony. Part of me wants to put some kind of like glowing magic rune in it, but it might kind of ruin it. Magic rune, yay or nay? No. Okay. Castonio has spoken. Bone glue. Also no to rune. Okay, cool. Everyone has spoken. No, I haven't seen the bone glue that they have in China. Sounds pretty metal though. Feels more like Swamp Witch like this. Yeah, fair enough. Don't worry. I won't pull rank on you guys and do a rune. So, yeah, now a few more people here. Just wanted to reiterate quickly. Tomorrow is critiques and paintovers. Tomorrow is critiques and paintovers. So if you would like an image of yours critiqued, painted over, or you have a particular question that a particular kind of art question that you would like an answer to, then tomorrow is the day. And you can submit those in the Discord. What was I going to say? Once we get through the critiques and the paintovers, I'll just sort of generally answer any questions that anyone has regarding artwork, games, industry stuff. Yeah, anything like that, basically. And we'll do that. And then if we've super run out of things to do, I'll just freestyle whatever comes to my mind. We'll do something. Ain't too worried. We'll figure it out. What the fuck? I have no idea what just happened then, but interesting. Maybe I had a lollipop. Alright. We do have a little bit longer. You freestyle a little lollipop. Gotta get the scale right. What flavor? What flavor lollipop, people? Strawberry? Raspberry? Orange? First come, first serve. Poison lollipop. Not really a flavor now, is it? Not really a flavor. Cherry? There we go. Boom. Green. Shut up. Shut your damn mouth. No Ref Lollipop wild skills. Hey, what's up, Kohlberger? How are you doing? The weather is... It's kind of slightly sunny outside, and it is about 10 degrees. It's about the best it's been for a little while. And how are you? Chair spin dodge highlight. Yeah, bruv. Pulling a late night rendering mud. Oh, damn. Literal mud. We're going to be moving on to rendering literal swamp when this warm up is done. So we'll kind of be in the same boat. Kind of. Yeah, there's actual blue sky right now. Yeah, for real. A gamer draws. Are you also in the UK? Obviously, you don't have to answer that if you don't want to. realized it's maybe an inappropriate question. I'm in Essex. No way. I was born in Essex. I'm an Essex boy. Don't you know? Tasty looking swamp there. Thank you. Yeah, we started it yesterday. It ended up being going pretty quick, pretty well. So trying to get better at the old environments, seeing as it's something I don't really do much of work-wise. Like, there's always some amount of environment, but I don't like do environments, you know. I'm an Essex girl, I guess. Lol, grew up in Grays, Stanford, and now in Basildon. Yeah, no way. I grew up in Loughton. And yeah, I actually now reside in East London, but I'm not very far from Essex at all. And yeah, I grew up in Loughton. I went to Roding Valley High School. You do art, it seems. Yes, indeed. Indeed. That sounds a lot posher than my side of Essex. I don't know. I've actually never been to Basildon, so I couldn't tell you. I don't think Rodin Valley is particularly posh. It just has maybe a bit of a posh sounding name. No one chooses to go to Basildon, but we do have a Tesco's. Sick. A Tesco's, you say? Well, what are we waiting for? Living the dream. Exactly. What am I doing? There we go. All right, it's the lollipop that broke the tooth. Okay, so warm up achieved. It's so on theme. Yeah, exactly. It's kind of, maybe there's like a little bit of a Hansel and Gretel kind of throw in. Hansel and Gretel with a twist kind of thing. Anyway, that's the warm up concluded. Witch's Bone Knife. Decent. No magic rune. Plus lollipop. Nice. All right. Well, let's get to the swamp. I'm just going to change the music because atmospheric swamp horror ambience getting on my nerves a little bit. Not going to lie. We are switching to Haunted Swamp Banjo. Mysteriously calming ambience. You let me know. So, let's have a look at our swamp from yesterday. We'll kind of go through a little bit, just a little catch up on it. Let's turn this sort of grading off on the top. I'm going to sort of grade it at the end like this so the value range is like super tight, because that's what I wanted with this one. And I'll talk a little bit about what we're going to do on it today. So I'm going to turn off the grading. I'm going to turn off all of the sort of mist layers between the trees and kind of go to this kind of a bit more raw state of the image where we just have basically all of our flat shapes and stuff. So what do I want to do today is, obviously I want to do the witch, but I will do that a bit later. Do that in the last half an hour or so. The witch floating above her cabin, so she's going to have a proper pose and all of that. But that's later. What I want to do first of all is a bit more like set dressing and working within the silhouettes. So let's click on this tree, for example. What I mean is all of the tree silhouettes right now are just the painted shapes that I did at the beginning of last stream. And they're flat. Well, flat-ish. The brush that I used gives you some idea of form, you know, and sort of a slight, I guess, like three-dimensional feel about it, just because of the, you know, the brush has these kind of contour lines, if you like. So it just generally gives us a little bit of three-dimensional form, or the appearance of it, but they're still quite flat. Okay, so what I want to do today is, like I very roughly did on this one, was just introduce a little bit of a very soft ambient light from above. When you have an overcast sky like this, and it's like, you know, dusk or dawn, or it's just a really grey overcast day, obviously the sun is still out, but it's behind the clouds, and it gets diffused, you know, refracted through all of the moisture in the air, essentially turning it into a very, very wide, like, softbox light. So every top surface just gets like and in this case it'd be very blue. This very slight amount of very ambient light that's coming from, you know, a dome above everything, that's just picking out all the surfaces, the top surfaces, and giving it a bit of form. So, you know, I roughly did it on here. I'm going to go back and do this properly on here. But we're going to do that. This is also in a bit of ambient occlusion, right? So where a lot of these branches are kind of very close to each other, especially on an overcast day, again, the light is going to get occluded as all of the forms roll together. So there's going to be some ambient occlusion, which is going to, again, give it a little bit of form. And if I just look at this tree here, you know, the difference between that flat shape and something like this, it starts to have a bit more dimension and depth to it. Not going to be going in and painting tiny details on these things. The whole image is meant to be, you know, a sort of a sketch painting. You know, I'm not intending to make everything like really detailed, but I will go back and do these a bit more. So I'm going to do that with inside most of the shapes. So these effigies here, you know, I'm going to sort of detail a little bit of that. The top surfaces, maybe a slight bit of color here and there, in the same way that there is a little bit of color in the background, and there's a bit of purple in here. So mostly working inside of shapes. I'm going to work on a little bit these effigies. Maybe they're catching like a tiny bit of light on the top from the sky, and just generally detailing them out. We may even add a few more of these kind of strings with bones and stuff hanging on in there. We're going to add some like moss and ivy and that kind of stuff hanging off of the trees and off the mangrove roots. Basically just sort of get away from the very clean silhouette that these things currently have by introducing a bit of form on the inside. Yep, I'm going to work a little bit on these shapes on the swamp here, like add a little bit of reflectivity, a little bit more of this kind of thing, bit of texture. Going to have some like long grasses growing out of the swamp and just sort of soften these transitions between like tree and water because everything, you know, is very sort of digital right now, just from us blocking it in. So that's, yeah, but for the most part, what I'm going to go around and do. And then later on, obviously, we'll do the witch. Bit more on the cabin, like just sort out some of these edges from the selection, which are kind of crunchy. I was thinking maybe even that light inside is like red rather than orange. Kind of like the idea of it being like a bit redder. So we could put it as red. That's kind of on the purple side. But yeah, we'll see. Anyway, so that's that. That's the plan. And then obviously later we'll put our sort of mist layers back in. I might even work the shapes of the mist up a little bit so it's a bit more sort of stylized in the way that it comes out and around things. And then, yeah, finally the grading and kind of pulling that all together to make it feel a little bit more cinematic in the end. So there we go. That's the plan. Exciting stuff. I'm excited. Let's put it that way. So, to start with, let's do a little bit of set dressing. I wanted to add some kind of ivy or something that's growing on the trees. And to do that, I'm going to kind of grab a shape from a photo. Let's see. Hanging ivy PNG. Here we go. Boom. Let's put this on top. And again, select. We did these yesterday. If you want to select this out, you could click on it like that and then go and grab all of these holes. Complete pain in the ass to do it that way. But if you go select color range, click on the black, hit OK. There you go. Nice clean selection there of the ivy shape. Cool. There's something I want to do to this as well. I'm just going, and I'll show you why in a sec. I'm going to duplicate this. Okay, I'm going to bring up my curves. Actually, first I will kill the saturation. Then I'm going to bring up the curves, and I'm going to make this really dark, and I'm going to make this really light. Basically just increase the contrast mega time. Alright. Then again, I'm going to do select. Where are we? Select color range. Hit the black. Let's go. Invert that selection. Turn that layer off. I will hide the selection as well. And I'll just make another layer. And with a solid brush, I'll just fill that with, let's fill it with white for now. Okay, and you might have seen what I've done here. Basically, what I've done here is I have a selection of all the lights, and then underneath this, let's make this black. Oh yeah, sorry, deselect. Okay, then I'm going to flatten all this. Okay, so this is piece of ivy. 1 hour in timestamp there, Alex, in case you want to make clips. Angel, yeah, it is my plan to make clips eventually. Go back and do some of those, but I just don't have any time to do that at the moment. Okay, so yeah, I've got this selection. Cool. I'm going to essentially. Use this, you know, somewhere like here, warp it in how I'd like, et voila. And again, what this enables me to do is I can select color range white, okay, and I can use this as like a top light in these. And actually I got a better way of doing this maybe. So I've got basically sort of natural plant shapes, but I can paint on the inside of them with brushes. You could even use a bit of a textured brush if you wanted to on the inside of that, and just sort of hit it with a bit of light. Again, I'll just flatten all this down, duplicate, and I can use this a little bit to sort of set dress the tree. And this is a nice way to basically use kind of real information from a photograph, but use it in a way that is a lot more sort of illustrative and kind of painterly in its execution. And what I'll do is kind of like erase some of this as well, and I'm sort of warping it to the tree, etc. But this is yeah, kind of a cool technique, one that we actually used quite a bit when working on The Division back in the day. And this is how we would like integrate essentially like photographs, 3D, and painting together. It's a very nice and easy way to kind of keep the lower fidelity of painting when you're using photographs and other techniques like that. Because that's the main issue when like photo bashing stuff is the fidelities don't match, and it's actually much better to use like lower resolution photos and kind of take information out of them in this way. Yeah, The Division I worked on was like one of the first AAA titles that I worked on back as a junior, was The Division. And let me tell you, it was very difficult. It was probably one of the hardest things I've done, because at the time I really didn't have any of these kind of skills. You know, I had mostly focused on just drawing and painting skills up until that point in time. And so the idea of having to use like 3D photo bashing and painting and create sort of somewhat realistic environments in a very short amount of time, it was quite daunting. Amazing fun though. Like honestly, one of the projects that I'll always remember working on, because it was just very exciting at the time to work on. And, we were sort of learning stuff in the evenings that we would then be doing like the next day at work. So it was great. Don't get me wrong. I like super enjoyed the process, but it was also very daunting task. Great fun though. Great fun. It's I think because it was so daunting and like we were sort of learning things as we were doing them, it's what sort of made it stick out as like a really good memory, because it was just very exciting. And we worked on a lot of illustrations in a short amount of time. And because we were working like so close to the eventual release of the game, like a lot of the environment stuff that we did, a lot of the environment concepts we did actually went into the game like fairly unchanged from the actual concepts, which is pretty unheard of usually. Usually that stuff is changed quite a bit or like further iterated upon in-house. And so the concept art and the final stuff in the game have some relation to each other, but generally there is some change. Especially if you're working as an outsourcer, which we were. So yeah, it was actually really fun for that particular reason as well, because everything that we worked on kind of almost went into the game exactly as we had concepted it, which is very exciting. The lunches though, but yeah, feedback would be so hard to understand because I didn't understand what was being asked sometimes. Teething times for sure. Yeah, so Dead Toothbrush here in chat, we were both working at the same company at the same time and worked on those images. I can show you a few of the things that we did. I'll show you some of mine. I'll show you some of Dan's. Just grabbing them all, sorry. Well, Dan, you got so many. I didn't put all of mine on ArtStation. Okay. Was that at Opus? Yeah. Cool. Did that help that you were both learning together? Yeah, definitely. We would... I'm not sure if we were living together quite at this point, but... No, I don't think we were. But yeah, we would sort of go home or like go to Dan's house and be like, oh, we need to try to figure out how to do this so that we can do it at work tomorrow. So this one here is one that I worked on. Well, one that I made. And basically, we started off with basically a perspective grid and a sketch of what the interior environment would look like. And this is actually a photo of me standing in the office. And Dan was on a chair and took a photo of me. So that's actually me in that pose. And then, hang on, can I zoom in on this a little bit? Yeah. So there's a mixture of like a little bit of 3D, lots of photos, and then basically all the lighting and texturing is painted. So for example, this generator is like a photo of a generator, but then these wires are all painted. The lighting on me here is all painted. Like most of the, like, so these cracks are like cracks, but they're separate from the floor, for example. Mostly all the stuff in the far background is painted. So like the lighting is painted, the texturing on the walls, like this drapery, this barrel's a photo, this guy's painted, etc., etc. All these wires up here, this is all painted. So so yeah, that was, I think that might have been the first one that I worked on. So that was kind of interesting. This one, the space itself was like a very simple box model. And most of the drapery, aside from like some areas, like the floor, but most of this kind of plastic drapery is all painted. You can do that quite well in Photoshop, and you can use like the plastic wrap filter to like get some very plasticky looking bits. But yeah, most of this one is painted. This server rack is a photo, but all the wires are painted. These tables are painted. The phone's painted, the laptop, etc. This phone is a photograph. Trying to think what else. Yeah, like some of these areas of the plastic, there's like certain bits that are, you know, a photo and then painted on top of. But yeah, this one was quite a bit painted, to be honest. This one is the room itself is a photo, right? But the floor isn't part of that same photograph. The photograph was just of like an abandoned room with this interesting wall, which is why I had it. But then on this half of the room, on the right side of it, these surfaces, they're all painted. The props are photos, like the gun, the coffee pot, the plant, the tap. They're all photos. But then, oh, and the sort of boards on the window, those are photos, but they're not from the same room. The map is a map, obviously. But yeah, all the wires are painted. The laptop is a photo. This sofa was a very low resolution photo, but it was kind of sort of in the right perspective. So there's a lot of painting to sort of fill this in. This bathroom is a different bathroom. There was no wall here. There was no room here. And it's like, it's a little bit wonky now that I look at the whole thing. Like the perspective is a little bit off, but for concept art, it's kind of fine. All the lighting that you see, like coming through the windows, that's all painted. The lighting in the bathroom is painted. That was just like kind of overcast in there. So there was that. Hang on, am I missing one? No. Oh yeah, this one. Yeah, this one was pretty interesting as well. It was kind of like a hotel room to start with, and then added all the props in. But again, like this kitchen wasn't in the original photo, so this is all put in, and like the light is painted. The light coming through the blinds is all painted. The floor is the same floor from the other picture, and so on. So yeah, there's a good mixture of like painting and photos and stuff. in there. And then let's have a look. We got some of Dan's on here as well. Yeah, this one's sick. Again, all very similar techniques that we were doing in these. I really love the lighting on this one. It's really sick, Dan. Oh yeah, these outdoor ones. Did a lot of outdoors. So in the snow, obviously, if you played the Division, that's predominantly what the game looks like. Yeah, this. I really liked these ones where like the light is like lower in the day. You know, it's kind of like setting sun. So the bottom half of everything was in shadow, and then, you know, it kind of highlights these kind of areas. But yeah, there's a lot of these gates in the game that you go through to get into like higher loot areas and stuff. And yeah, Dan's saying a lot of these went straight into the game, like as they looked. Yeah, really nice visual of these, like torn up with the light coming through. I actually have some night scenes that I've not put up on ArtStation. I'll have to dig them out. I've got some like ones of, you know, completely sort of torn down buildings with, you know, the light shining up on them and stuff. Yes. So we got given these scaffold sort of assets, you know, these fronts. And so we were able to sort of take photos of buildings and then put the scaffolding in front of them and then paint the lighting onto those. And so see things like these banners, for example, and these scaffolds and all of that kind of stuff. Yeah, and like some of the stuff, we had like concrete barriers as like assets that we got from the client, and like some signage and stuff like that. These watchtowers, I think we were given those as well. But otherwise we had to just source photos. So we were either looking for photos of things in the right angle, or, for example, what we could do is, let's say we find a picture of a school bus from the, you know, complete profile. We could like warp that into perspective and then paint the rest of the bus, and then add like graffiti and, you know, all that other stuff. So we got quite good at being like, oh, this would work if we warp it, and then we can paint this bit, and this is a broken car, but it's kind of, you can get away with like a car not being in the right perspective if it's all smashed up, you know? So we could like take that and paint over it. There's a lot of little things like that. And obviously we'd Hayes Art, thank you for the follow. Sorry, where it appeared on screen, I couldn't read the text. Yeah, another interior, kind of like the one I showed you. This is one of my favorites that you did, Dan. I really like just the value range, and again, these like light coming through. It's really fun. Did you enjoy the game? Yeah, it was fun running around for like a few days. At the time when the game first launched, it was so like rushed to finished. Like we were doing these, no joke, maybe 2 or 3 months before the game came out. That's how like rushed it was, you know, at the end. So some of the gameplay was a bit rubbish. Like some of the bosses were just bullet sponges, and it just kind of ruined the immersion a little bit, because it's basically like a guy with an assault rifle, right? And then you can just put like 3,000 rounds into him. It's a bit silly. Yeah, nice. But yeah, really good times on these back end there. Very fun project, and yeah, I'm pretty sure it was like the first AAA title that I worked on. And like I said, at the time, I was like, never done anything like that. Never like really photo bashed anything properly or anything. So going from like, oh, I've just been at art school and I'm drawing and I'm doing life drawing every day and all that kind of stuff, and then just going straight into that. It was a real trial by fire, as Dan says. Bloody brilliant though. One of like my fondest memories from back then. Yeah, exactly. And like things I learned then, I still use to this day, and like I only know them because I learnt them back then. You know, essentially, all of the techniques that I've been showing you guys putting together these environments on stream, they're all techniques that I learnt back then. And you know, even stuff that I do in my illustrations, building them up using flats, that kind of stuff is all stuff that we did back then, because it was just a good workflow. What was your first work in the field in general? Do you mean what was the first like game that I worked on, or like first ever? Can you just clarify the question? It's actually a better question, y'all. I was asking if you worked on The Division as the first work straight out of art school. It was, if it wasn't the first project that I worked on as a junior, it was very close to the first project I worked on. I'm trying to think what else we were doing back then. It could have been RuneScape, maybe, like an illustration for RuneScape. I know at a similar time we were also working on Mafia 3, and doing like realistic character concepts for that, which is again like a complete other trial by fire. I remember that being like fairly early on. But yeah, it could also have been RuneScape. I think we also it could have been RuneScape. It could have been Elder Scrolls. We worked on Elder Scrolls Legends, the card game. I did a ton of cards for that, so that could have been it. I honestly can't remember, but I think overall it could have actually been The Division, to be honest, because I remember it being like, oh shit, we are in the deep end, we are here. Yeah, as Dan's saying, like, it probably is the same now, but yeah, back then the schedule, there were so many projects that we would work for like 4 hours in the morning on one project and then switch to a different project in the afternoon, and like everyone would be on something like that, so we weren't necessarily all on the same projects, so there was so much stuff to do. And yeah, in the morning you might be doing like division division landscape environments, and then in the afternoon you might be doing like Mafia 3 realistic painting character design, and then the next morning you might be on like a RuneScape illustration doing the thumbnails, and then you would be going back to like the division stuff in the afternoon. And it was just constantly like that. Like, you might not work on the same thing that you worked on Monday again until Friday, but then there'd be like 7 other things that you'd work on in the time. Yeah, an outsourcer, yeah. And yeah, it was good. Very good, very fun. Insane work schedule, really. Yeah, Mike, the stuff that I have on ArtStation isn't anywhere near the amount of stuff that we worked on. It's just like the stuff that I was like most happy to put my name to when it came to it. But yeah, I can show you some stuff maybe tomorrow on stream. What I'll do is I'll open up my old PC and I'll grab some stuff from that, and can show you a few of the other things in between the paint overs, stuff that you wouldn't have seen before or is not in my portfolio. Because there's a literal ton of stuff. Like I've worked on so many games, and half the stuff isn't anywhere. Yeah, there's a lot of stinkers. Like, there's a lot of stuff that, for great reason, has never seen the light of day, and just, is concept production art, because production art is not pretty a lot of the time, contrary to what ArtStation would have you believe. So there's a lot of stinkers, and a lot of stuff that isn't very pretty. But I'll show you some stuff. I'll show you some stuff tomorrow. A lot of real nasty stuff. Yep. Yeah, it's brill. It's very good. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. Like, a lot of the production stuff is literally there to solve a problem. Like, they're like, hey, we don't know what this area looks like, or the lighting should be XYZ. Can we have this painted over to look like it's the sun setting, for example? And you do like a few hours on it and it's just proper rough. And they're like, okay, great, this is enough. And then they'll send that to, the 3D department who are lighting something. And they're just like, okay, this is kind of the concept. And they'll just run with it from there. And as a piece of like finished work, it's kind of ass, right? There's no finesse to it, which is fine. But that's mostly what production artwork looks like. It's just like a bit of a mess. Conveys an idea and solves a problem, but it isn't like particularly pretty. And it gets prettier the more techniques you learn. For example, if I had to do this not on stream, we would have finished this in a day. Like I spent 3 hours on it yesterday. I'm going to spend about 3 hours on it today, and it will be done, right? And that's because of all the techniques that you learn over time, and you just sort of get quicker, and you're like, okay, I know how to execute on this and this, that, and the other. So if this was, this would be a day's work. Back then it wouldn't have been. Would have taken me way longer. Unfortunate 36. Unfortuna, 36. Thank you. Yeah. Swings and roundabouts, isn't it? That looks awesome. Thank you. Wait until it's finished, mate. It's gonna look sick, dude. But yeah, it was good. It was a good team. We learnt a lot. We helped each other out loads. Dan and I were juniors, and our art director was Bjorn Hurry. Amazing artist. You will know who he is. And he was our art director, so we learnt a ton about how he worked and how efficient one needed to be, and this, that, and the other. And if you've ever seen him working, he's absolutely lightning fast. So yeah, that really helped to be around, because we sort of learnt about the pace and the way that we were working in those 4-hour blocks. Like, you learnt to be quick and efficient with your time, and get the point across in the illustrations and the paintings as fast as possible, and just really get down to the essence of like what it is you're trying to convey. Yeah, certainly learnt a lot. So it was sick times. Where did you work? Opus Arts in London, which is still around today. Really cool studio. And yeah, that's where I cut my teeth, as it were. Yo, cheers, Dan. Sorry. Jump scared myself. But yeah, I think I often get asked like, should I look to go into a studio or go into outsourcing? And having started in outsourcing, like I think it was really great experience, just because of the variety of stuff I got to work on. I really got to like figure out like what I enjoyed and what I didn't enjoy so much, and also to work on a ton of different projects very quickly, and to learn all sorts of skills. Like I would have never have jumped onto 3D or learnt how to photo bash, or done the variety of projects and techniques that I had to do there if I was working in-house somewhere, because potentially I would have drawing, right, and painting, and not really had the need to switch around like that. Cheers. Yeah, the YouTube's got all of the past episodes, so you can go back and listen to those. Got all the environments we've been working on there. Lots of tips and techniques and stuff. But yeah, anyway, sorry. As I was saying, outsourcing, a very valuable experience, and I currently still work in outsourcing today. Like, I have actually never worked in-house for a games studio. I've only done outsourcing, and most of the outsourcing that I do now is illustration. So I don't do, and it's all character based illustration as well. So I don't really do or haven't done any like environment stuff for many years now. I mostly do kind of splash artwork and character based artwork, marketing art, that kind of stuff. And all of that is outsourced. And I just enjoy the workflow a bit more in outsourcing. That there can be a variety of projects that come through, and stuff like that. And yeah, I mostly just do illustration now. What games have I worked on? I have worked on so many. I've worked on The Division. I have worked on Elder Scrolls Legends. I worked on Mafia 3. I worked on Hitman. I have worked on Battle Right. I've worked on Legends of Runeterra. I've worked on music videos for League of Legends, the KDA music videos. Music video that I worked on. I have worked on what else? XCOM 2. Some other top-down shooter that I can't remember. I did a weapon design for Destiny 2. I've got some stuff I can't talk about. I worked on a stylized, like, digital version of Magic the Gathering. Lots of indie games. RuneScape. Alien Nation. Blah, 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 blah. What else? I worked on God of War 4 before it was God of War. It was actually pitched as a different project. Worked on Paladins. Worked on Smite. What else? there's more. Yeah, KDA. So KDA, the video for, I think it's more. The second video that came out, I was working with Axis, RIP, Axis Studios, which unfortunately closed last year. But yeah, I worked with Axis. Basically, we had like the concept art for the characters, the ladies, in their outfits for the music video and stuff, but the style that was in was like a lot more like cartoony than what the video was intended to look like. So the video is still stylized, but it has a lot more like realistic materials and lighting and so on. And so my task on that was to sort of take the concept art and paint it up in a more realistically stylized style, so that the lighting and texture artists had basically an idea of what those materials should look like, a bit more stylized and so on. So yeah, worked on that, which is very interesting. Met some really cool people doing that. Trying to think. Yeah, the ArtStation link is on the About section. I just don't know where that is on the page in relation to me right now, but somewhere. What else? Yeah, there's loads more. But what I will do is tomorrow when we do the critique stream, I will grab some other stuff off of my old PC, some work that I've done that no one would have ever seen, and yeah, we'll look at that. I can show you some of that, some of the old concept work for various projects. There's some stuff I won't be able to show you because it's like unreleased older stuff that I don't have clearance to show, but I will have clearance for some of this stuff. Well, I know I've got clearance for some of it. I just never posted it. So I can show you, and that'll be interesting. I'm trying to think, what else? But yeah, I totted it up because I was doing some presentation, and I was like, oh, actually, how many games have I worked on overall? And on the last count, it was like 35 different games and projects over the years. Yeah. That's why outsourcing's fun, man. You can just get to work on all different stuff. Love your DVA painting. Your art inspires me. Oh, thanks. That's really nice of you to say. When you were first getting into concept art as a career, what did you think were the most difficult or common obstacles you ran into? Do you know, I had a much different impression of what concept art was. So when I was getting into it, in my mind, concept art was a lot more like what you would now call illustration, right? I thought that concept art was a lot more actual, drawing and painting in the same way that illustration is. And then what I sort of came to find out is actually that concept art, i.e. like production art, is a lot more sort of loose and is there to essentially just visually solve a problem. And therefore it isn't about making like pretty pictures a lot of the time. It is just like, solving issues, like changing the lighting on things, quickly concepting something to give 3D modelers an idea of where they want to go with something, etc., etc. And that was an obstacle, I guess, because I just had a completely different impression of what concept art was. And what I really discovered from all of that was actually that I'm not that much of a designer, as it were, and I'm much more an illustrator, and I prefer sort of the illustration of things, doing an illustration and working on it for a long time, and much more concerned with like working on a composition and figuring out the best way to tell the story, and therefore like rendering something up as well, and doing that kind of a thing. So that was quite a bit of a hurdle in the beginning to sort of realize that, and that's kind of why I sort of ended up steering myself towards illustration eventually, because I was like, I actually don't necessarily super like the concept art workflow, and I just sort of misunderstood, I think, what concept art was in the main. A lot of the stuff you see on ArtStation is like finished up for the purposes of putting out there as a portfolio piece after the fact. Like, I've worked on illustrations where they then come back to you and say, hey, this piece of concept work that you've done, we want to put it in the art book. Can you work on it more and like finish it up to make it look pretty for the book? So it obviously looks very different to how it looked when you did it as concept work, and it just gives a weird impression to people about like what the finished work looks like, because a lot of the stuff doesn't look like that during production. It looks like really unfinished and quite rough. And so once I sort of realized that, I was like, I actually just want to do illustrations. So there was that. I guess the other obstacle that I ran into was was having to learn techniques on a daily basis, and I had to put in a lot of time outside of work to Scouty Lanks, thanks for the follow. Had to put in a lot of time outside of work to figure out basically what to do the next day at work. We'd be confronted with like, we're doing those illustrations for the division, for example, and it's like, all I know how to do is draw. So I'm like, I don't know how to achieve the finish, and I've got like 2 weeks to do this one, and then I've got 5 or 6 others to do. So it's like, I need to learn how to photo bash. I need to learn how to do some basic 3D and integrate that into my paintings, etc., etc. So my evenings would be going to Dan's house and us watching a tutorial and like trying to do some of this stuff, or we'd be doing it at lunchtime and then getting back into work and trying to figure it out that way. So yeah, it was very stressful at that point, because it was just, you'd turn up to work and quite often I'd be like, I actually have no idea how I'm going to achieve this image. and I have to really dissect other work that I'm looking at, and all that kind of stuff, which was very helpful. Like at the time, all the concept work for The Last of Us was being released, and the artists that were working on that, like John Sweeney and Eitan Zana and these guys from Naughty Dog, they were putting out tutorials on like the techniques that they used to achieve those finishes. So those were like gold dust, because just watch those like every night, figure out those techniques, go from there. So that was cool. So that was kind of an obstacle. Yeah, I mean, I hope that answers your question. How was the work-life balance then? Yeah, I think all of these things come with a certain amount of stress associated with them. I'm not adverse to something being stressful. Like I get it, that it is. It's just part and parcel of it, of not being experienced. Was like there is a certain amount of stress inherent in doing the work, but ultimately it was super fun. Like that's my lasting sort of memory of it. Is it was difficult, but it was very, very, very fun. And I absolutely loved doing it, so wouldn't swap it. But yeah, there was some weekends where I'd have to work to get stuff finished. Just because some of the deadlines are really short, so there is a bit of crunch, or was a bit of crunch for certain projects. But again, we'd be like working in a team, and we'd all be crunching together, so it didn't feel super bad. You're with your friends essentially, so that's always good. And like I worked with my friends, so it wasn't like I was missing out on stuff on the weekends by like crunching sometimes, because we were just all working together anyway. So we just either at home or at the studio still just crack some beers and get some music on and work, and then yeah, it's fine, not too bad. Yeah, I guess going back to the original question, like I guess the most difficult thing is just keeping up with everything. There's always like some new technique or new software or something that would enable you to do something, and then that would get kind of popular, those techniques. And so if you didn't know them, or you didn't know the software, you were kind of a bit behind. So there was a bit of an arms race always. But for example, Dan lived with Jama Jurabev and Levi Petefi. And those two guys have got like insane work ethic, and they just like will learn a new software. Like Jama would get up at like 5 a.m., play a bit of StarCraft, and then like learn a brand new program. And then we would see that, and he'd be like, "You got to get onto 3D Coat. It's sick." And he'd show us some stuff, and we'd be like, "Oh my god, yeah, that's sick." So then we'd all do that. And it is a bit of an arms race, and like at a certain point as well, I want to go and do illustration, was a bit like, I'm a bit sick of the arms race. Like, there's just so many new techniques and new programs and this, that, and the other, that it does get a bit like, ugh, after a while. Someone's like, hey, there's another new program that does that thing that program that you were just using, but it now does it easier, and now it's got this new function, and blah, 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 and now we're all using that, and this is the industry standard, and blah, blah. And you're just like, oh, fuck, man, it's like, it gets a bit wearing after a while, the constant arms race of it. It was fun for a bit, but yeah, it just really warps your head after a while. Just too much, y'all, too much. Hang on, let's... Okay, hang on, this is a real mess right here. Gods of the industry. Yeah, Jama and Levy are absolute machines when it comes to work ethic and learning new techniques and stuff. Very, very, very inspiring work ethic. Jama is a machine, and Levy is a speed demon. yeah, exactly. Levy painting, like, just next level. You'd be like, oh, what's he doing? You're looking at it for a bit, and you're like, it seems quite abstract. Like, what's going on? And then, 10 minutes later, he'd be like, oh, okay, it's finished. And it looks sick. You're like, oh, right. Okay. Sure. How do you think AI has influenced the concept artist role now, especially since for some artists it can be used as a kind of a crutch? I know this is a sensitive topic for some artists, so you don't have to answer if you don't want to. No, it's a relevant question. And like I said, I can't necessarily comment on... I can comment on it, but I can't be sort of super detailed about its effects because on concept art, because I don't work in concept art. So for me to be like, oh, it's changing XYZ, I can't speak with like full authority on what is and isn't happening. A little bit I can, like I have friends that obviously work in the industry and have shed light on like what's going on, but I can't be like super exact because I just don't know. But let me it is basically being used as a tool to concept out ideas, and while there is still like a need for someone to alter and doctor ideas to sort of make things to edit things, it is very much being used in place of real people's ideas and work to do, especially in like movies and VFX and that kind of a thing. It is very much a thing, like where you would be designing VFX for like a Marvel movie and figuring out like, oh, okay, how does this energy beam look like, and how does this like magic particle that Doctor Strange have, like, how does that look? That kind of stuff is 100% AI right now, and that is first-hand knowledge of that. It is very much replacing artists and whole companies right now, especially in that kind of era being replaced. I know this firsthand from friends. So and it is going to come for games, and probably already is in motion with the games right now. I would say that in illustration it is a little bit different, just because sorry, just trying to find where all my layers are. Yeah, in illustration it's a little bit different because depending on the IP, you might not necessarily have enough information to generate anything useful from AI for certain IPs. But believe me, a company like Blizzard will 100% have enough information to train a model on their style for things like Hearthstone or World of Warcraft, and like, mark my words, that stuff will be used. Yeah, I do not doubt that for a second. So it's coming. It is already here. It's just at the moment it's like a little bit of a thing where it's like no one necessarily knows to what extent and how much it's going to be used at all the different facets of the industry, but it is going to be. There isn't a world where it's not going to happen. I don't see, and I think it's just whether you are prepared to accept it into your workflow, and maybe even have to accept it as part of the job, unfortunately, because it's here, and the temptation for companies to save money on paying people wages is too great. Obviously, there'll be some more ethical places out there than others, right? But I think for the most part, money trumps ethics for a lot of businesses. So that's an unfortunate truth, I think. Yeah, when Larian came out and was pretty pro AI, I was immensely disappointed because I love their games and it totally changed my opinion on the studio. Yeah, although I feel like what they were saying wasn't like, hey, we're just using AI and replacing artists. They were actually using it as like a way to automate certain things. But yeah, like I said, I haven't looked too deeply into that. The ones screaming negatively about it are hobbyist artists. Industry mostly use it, not as a full image, sometimes in place of photos for photo bashing, etc. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Obviously, people are upset about it. I think it is. I prefer it not to be around, personally, or at least in the way that it is. I don't think like AI is bad necessarily, but I don't like the idea that my job will probably eventually have to move into working with like smaller teams and just painting over or adding to AI imagery potentially. I don't really like that. I will still have to work, so I will do it. I can't just quit my livelihood just because AI showed up. I will still have to engage with it to a certain degree. So yeah, I agree with the moral outrage of it, but if I'm being realistic about my own circumstances, I'm not going to just put myself out of work and not engage with it if I have to as part of my job, because I don't have any skills in anything else. So I can't just decide that I'm going to be unemployed, and struggle like that. That would be irresponsible of me, considering my obligations. So it is unfortunate, something that I'll have to engage with. I just don't know to what extent, or when, or how exactly, because all of that stuff still is very much up in the air, as it seems. The industry is still figuring out the exact place and usefulness of the tool. I'm a hobby artist and personally anti-generative AI. My work right now is pushing it so much, especially in creative fields, and it just feels dirty, if that makes sense. Yeah, I understand you there. From my experience, it's being used in film studios now, but secretly. But as soon as they can use it without fear of lawsuits, it will be open game. Each studio is nervous of it being in a big lawsuit first. Yeah, Hundy P, I can see that. That's really the only thing that would ever be holding it back. Is that. Like I said, there's money in it. I think they were using AI to help facilitate communications with concept artists. Yeah, I mean, who knows? From what I saw of Larian talking about it, they weren't like saying, "Oh yeah, we're just firing our entire concept art division and using AI to generate all of the assets and shit in the game." That they were like misquoted quite a bit to push that idea. They had obviously talked about AI and using AI as part of their process, but it was kind of misconstrued quite badly by some just bad faith journalists and such. The stuff that I had seen and the full video of the Larian CEO talking about it was not what was initially reported. So you got to be a little bit careful about people with different agendas saying stuff. Obviously, if you like are vehemently against generative AI, then you know, and you have a publication, it's in your interest to skew that narrative, right? As with everything, you just got to sort of use your own critical thinking and listen to what is actually being said by the people themselves, and not just like an outlet reporting on what's been said, and so on. Because as you know, in this world, the truth can be very hard to find, and like someone can just be clipped out of context and been made out to say something that they weren't, etc. So, like I said, when I was looking into that Larian stuff, it seemed like he had been misquoted to a certain extent. At my company, it's a tool. I always thought it would develop into this. You draw and concept and use AI to help render. Yeah, like I said, in illustration, for example, like if I think about it right now, there would the only use that it could have in the current sort of projects that I work on is if the IP itself had enough information that you could train your own model on it and then start to sort of get results out of it. Otherwise, it's really sort of only useful to get a more direct reference for something. Like if I was really, I'm just using this as an example, like this isn't how I'm working, but let's say I was doing this image, but I couldn't find any reference for this sort of overcast swamp sort of lighting and environment. That's where you could go onto Midjourney, for example, and generate some stuff and use that as a reference to go from there. Like, and that's really the only use that I see for it in illustration outside of a company training a model on it, is that you could get more direct or more, basically better references for painting, which is like pretty small gain after all. Like, but that's not going to be the only use for it eventually. And like, obviously companies will train models on their IPs and stuff like that, and that will be a lot more beneficial to them, and that's where it's going to become a bit of an issue. But obviously I'll still have to work with it, because like I said, I'm not just like gonna completely quit my ability to earn money just because of this. I can't. I'd be irresponsible of me for me and my family, you know. So right, let me catch up on this. It's also very used for code and a lot for voice acting. Art is just a very visible by nature, but there's a lot of, exactly. There's always OnlyFans. Yeah, Only Heaths, sign up. Got my Only Heaths link down below. Support your boy. Professional here too. I don't like it. Colleagues lost jobs. Working AI is so not fun. Besides all of the other ethical but also environmental damage, money rules the world, so let it burn, whatever. Yeah, I can see that sentiment for sure. Would you quit your job over the morality of it? Just out of interest. Like if they said, hey, we're going to start generating, some stuff within the workflow with AI, like are you quitting your job the next day? Or like me, would you have to stick at it? I would have 100% preferred to do everything myself, but what can you do? This is the current industry. Agreed. Yeah. Outside of art, some people at my company are using AI for like regular stuff. My supervisor did my annual review and used AI to generate all my performance review comments. I was like, bro, at this point, do you even know me? Yeah, that's pretty wild, actually. A gamer draws. I don't know if what you typed even came up, did it? I can only see you saying, oh gosh, sorry for writing so much. Please don't worry about reading all that. Thank you for sharing all your experience with this. Yeah, I don't know that anything else you said, actually. I can't see it in the chat. Yeah, I feel like I get a lot less feel like I get a lot less comms than I did ever since AI became so good at rendering anime. My professor was just using it to come up with assignments. I'm in an architecture course, by the way. I can't see anything from them either. Yeah, a gamer draws. I don't think your comment, you actually posted it. I kind of see it, Captain. The music is on point with the theme. Sad violin. Yeah, like come here for the curation, mate. I got you, fam. I think those at your artistic level would be okay, as they need to have actual artists work to steal and have to have actual artists work to steal and scrape for their models. It's the entry level in all sectors that AI is considered that are taking it, which inevitably will have repercussions in the future. Yeah, for sure. And it will, because some years down the line, there's going to be no juniors, right? And so there's going to be later no art directors and, people, because there's going to be less in the industry, less juniors to train now, less people coming up, and so on. So there'll be less of that. I don't know if that necessarily is a problem for this, because if the AI just keeps advancing, then it will advance past the need to have anyone look over it. It'll be kind of editable enough, or like the systems will be better at editing, and they just won't need people at all. So yeah, I think there will be like a kind of a problem with it, in as much as there's like not enough new people around coming up, but it will surpass that, I think, very quickly, especially if it is adopted wholesale, which could well be, right? Got laid off. I'm also looking into different fields. I don't have any family with kids, so it's definitely different for sure. I'm trying to avoid as much damage to others or society in the scene. Not taking big part of investing money into buying stuff I don't really want. Also living vegan and trying to avoid harm to animals. All with AIs like a new way to exploit people even more. It can be a tool to create new things. It's used a lot to create fake stuff, scam people. Yeah, exactly. I mean, yeah, it's not just the sort of artwork stuff. That's very much like the visual tip of the iceberg, but AI being used to change like political narratives, deep fakes, all the harm that can be done and comes with all of that kind of stuff. Those are going to be big issues in the future going forward, and not even that far from here. It's already happening, but it's going to be pretty indistinguishable from real life, and it's going to be used to horrible effect. We are just at the precipice right now, waiting for that to happen. But it's coming. Very nice. Great. AI is okay for certain things. Personally, I don't like it for art, but that's just my preference. A game of drawers. Haha. It was probably too long. Lol. The TLDR is that my recent clients have been sharing their AI instead of refs and sketches, and it makes my concept job so much harder when they love something that doesn't actually make sense. Yeah, word on that. It's unbelievably annoying, that sort of thing. And this is, I guess, where we really need to see if the consumers of our products, of our artwork, of these games that are potentially going to use AI for like massive parts of their development and so on, are they loved and liked by the audiences that consume the games? Like there is a potential for these things to actually be rejected, the slop, as it were. And, money talks. If people aren't buying the slop, then the slop's going to lose companies' money. You've seen what's happened to Call of Duty, for example. It was already, it's already a pretty fucking sloppy sloppy franchise in that sense. It's not known for like being particularly innovative and so on. And this latest Call of Duty release has absolutely fallen on its ass and had some horrendous like AI slop microtransactions shoved into the game, which of like all audiences, Call of Duty audience didn't like, which to me, big W. I can't imagine. I honestly thought that given the nature of, a yearly Call of Duty release and, the sort of perception of who plays Call of Duty and all of that, for that to actually be one of the reasons why people are like jumping off the game right now because of the AI microtransactions and all of that is a good sign. Yeah, like a gaming audience that like Call of Duty's gaming audience, which isn't necessarily known for being like super nice and caring, haven't been buying the latest Call of Duty release because of AI. So maybe there's hope. Right, sorry. Let me catch up with all this. You guys are chatting strong. It's good. It's good discussion. I'm enjoying it. Damn, it's gonna be hard. Sorry for being so negative about all of that, Patrick. Don't worry. No apologies needed. It's good to hear like everyone's opinions on all sides of it, and just to have an adult discussion about it. And part of that is acknowledging the negatives of it and talking about things that are difficult. Kebez043, welcome to the stream. That it is good. Got to have these conversations, especially now. It's important, and yeah, to understand where everybody's coming from and the struggles that people face along the way. It's important. So all I can say is, thanks for sharing, and like fight your good fight. That's all we can do, is like fight for the things that we believe in, and share that with others, I guess. 100%. Okay. I worked as health admin for the DoD, US military, basically, and they've started using AI to do clinical notes for doctors and nurses, which is wild. Yeah, that's kind of mental. Y'all thought Cambridge Analytica was bad. Well, this will be much worse. Yeah, I mean, look up Palantir. Other than using ChatGPT as a better Google AI blows so far, it's an extinction event waiting to happen. Yeah. Hey, it's important to chat. We can have right. Okay, my friend is a unit clerk in the ER, and basically all of her job could be done by AI. Yeah. 10 years ago, when I was in hospital for cancer, I was already asked if I was okay if AI took over certain tasks. So it's definitely in the works. Yeah, 100%. I didn't think anything major will change until major companies get defeated in court for stealing art through AI. Yeah, I just don't think that's going to happen, unfortunately, unless the AI spits out something that is literally like copyright breakingly identical to something. The fact that you can see something similar to something else, it's just, I feel like these big lawsuits aren't going to happen. Unless the AI spits out Mickey Mouse exactly, Dove is art, and another company uses it, I don't think we're going to see anything come from these lawsuits. They've started using programs that take clinical notes and generates possible diagnosis of a patient, which is crazy for me. But you see, like AI imaging, for example, people, training models to look at MRI scans and spot like, all sorts of stuff on like, CAT scans, MRI scans, this kind of stuff. And I think that could be a positive use for those kind of algorithms, because it is generating, finding evidence of things way earlier than like humans can pick it up. on scans and so on. So that could be a positive use for it in a medical circumstance. Um, Okay. There should be very strict laws at a minimum. Yeah, agreed. I just it's Wild West right now, and proving that something was stolen. Proving that, not proving that it was stolen because we know it's been scraped, but proving that the generation is a direct rip in the sense of copyright from something is going to be very difficult, very difficult, and I don't have much hope for these copyright lawsuits, if I'm being honest. Let's not say I agree with that. I'm just saying I have much hope for that. It sucks for us artists, but on the good note, cancer research and medical advancements are amazing. For me, AI is cool, but thank you for the gift of the tier 1 sub. Thank you for that. Sorry, I didn't recognize what that picture was that came up. I was like, hey, what? But losing my job and no longer being able to pay rent is shit. Capitalism being the real big one, bad once again. I went to a business startup event with a legal team last year. 2 other businesses were AI based, including one basically suggesting my job be over. The person running it looked at me like, but then strongly advised everyone not to use it at all because there were ongoing court cases all the time. Yep. Late stage capitalism. Yeah. Copyright law allows you to use bits and pieces under fair use. AI companies likely will use that as an argument. Well, yeah, the thing is, it's like the way that AI is producing, like remaking an image, I think is quite difficult to prove exactly what it's doing, but also to prove that it's breaching copyright, because at a certain point, like I said, unless it's spitting out Mickey Mouse, just because it spits out something that looks similar to something else doesn't constitute copyright infringement. Like, I could copy someone's artwork, right? And I could do a pretty good job of copying it. But if there's enough differences and stuff in that, I'm not breaching copyright. And therefore, you can look at a lot of artists' images and be like, well, that's pretty similar to that, but it's not breaching copyright. And I think it's quite difficult with AI to also prove that same thing. Yo, thank you for the gifted tier 1. Okay. I miss medium stage capitalism. Brilliant. Underrated comment, that one. I like it. But yeah, it's we're in a very interesting point right now where we're going to see some real shit happening. Big promises was AI makes life easier. Did you ever got a 3D AI model and your job was to make it game ready? Took me way longer to fix it all just to make it myself. Yeah, I can imagine, especially with that, it'd be just janky as fuck. Yeah, I personally I don't want to have to use it for work. Like I've obviously played around with it quite a bit and stuff, and you can get some very impressive results for certain things out of it. Using my own work as the stuff that I feed into it, you know, I will say that. But yeah, it's a really really tough position we're all going to be in. Are in. Correction. Dead internet will just come faster with AI. Yeah, believe that. All I want is Jarvis, mainly to answer phone calls for me. Hell yeah. Yeah, if I could just have an AI that dealt with booking appointments and talking to people on the phone, sign me up. What you're doing right now on screen is really inspiring and motivating. Imagine you just typing in a few words and get out what you have right now. All that joy getting there is not there. Like playing games with cheat codes. Yeah, for real. I mean, regardless of AI and its existence and the industry and so on, like this will always be here for me to do, and I enjoy this more than anything. And I just hope that it's something that I can continue to do. And if it isn't something that I can continue to do as a job, it will always be my hobby, and I'm thankful for that. I don't know what I will do if it comes to a point where I like lose my job to AI and I'm unable to find any illustration work at all because it's all AI. Really don't know what that dark day will be like, because like I said, I don't have any other skills. Especially none that would afford me the same quality of life as I currently have. So don't know what happens at that point. Every time I look up, there's like 20 more comments. This is crazy. Chatters be chatting today. AI isn't even fun. It'd be a tiny bit more excusable if it was fun, but it's literally awful. I never got work through regular social media. Only one is LinkedIn. We made a fun little experiment video with Warhammers in one afternoon. It come a long way since spaghetti. Yeah, that's true. We did. We made a very fun little like animation with photos that we took, and then kind of had AI animate it, and then we did all the voiceovers ourselves, and yeah, it was daft, and it was fun, and not possible without AI. That's personally a boundary of mine. So dude, you talking about losing your job with this music is about gonna make me cry. Don't cry, dude. It's all G. I'm not sad. This is why we all need to support each other. Artists making art. Yeah, I'm in that boat. I have no idea I'm to do now. This is all I've done for 11 years. Yeah, I feel you there, dude. As long as artists support each other, we can just rotate our money. Yeah, sick. Okay, I'll pay you, and then you pass it to Dan, and then Dan pass it to someone else, and then they can pass it back, and we'll just do that. Goated idea. Oh man, I'm sorry. Let me borrow 20. So man, I lost it. I promise I won't lose the next 20 next time. Yeah, we just need a chain, right? We need a chain, an artist chain, and you know, you sign up, you get a number on the chain. Let's say you're, you know, I'm number 1, next person's number 2, so on. And we just have the money transfer from like my bank account to your bank account. And it's in there for like an hour, and you get to like, you know, hold it in your bank account for that time. And then it goes to the next person, and then the next person, and the next person. And it's just like a little chain, and you get to experience having some money in your bank account for a bit. And it just goes on like that. And it's the artist syndicate, you know? It's literally a great idea. As you started your stream, we talked how my day was. Could be better. Damn, just gonna sign off with a bad day today. Nah, dude. Listen, let's have a nice day. All right. Let's have a nice day. What are you working in, by the way? Are you talking to me? And working in... What do you mean? Which program am I working in? Or... Yeah. Oh, this is Photoshop. Photoshop 2021. Did you hear about Adobe getting rid of Adobe Animate next month? I didn't know. That doesn't surprise me. Fucking Adobe. Bag of dicks. Zero logic behind that. Good. Our Adobe overloads of stinky poo-poo heads, indeed. Anyway, I'm going to look for a bit. Don't let AI take your soul. All right, Dovers up. Have fun lurking. Can I just say fuck Adobe? Yeah. No more updates, but it won't be deleted is what I saw. Fair. Fair. All right, give me 1 sec. I got to grab my Huel. Not sponsored. I've been chatting. I totally missed my liquid lunch. Yeah, we need a sponsor for the syndicate. Yeah, this has been a total yap-tastic stream. I can agree. It's been good. I literally haven't like I've been painting this whole time, but it's gone so quick. Yeah, I only have fuel when I'm streaming because I don't want to take a break to like eat, and I don't want to like eat on stream. Because of all you freaks out there. No, because you know, it's just annoying. So it's very handy in that sense. And if I have fuel for lunch, it's like a little bit less exercise I need to do. No, joke. Alex Heath, is this client work or just personal stuff? This is just personal stuff. Yeah. Yeah, I have a little bit of time off work, and so I'm just jumping into a lot of like stuff that I have neglected to do for a little while. A lot of personal work, and part of that was like, oh, I really want to get back into learning some environment stuff because it's just I haven't done it for forever. Most of my work is characters, so and I want to try and I want to try and make my character work and my environment work basically be the same process. So I've just been trying to marry those things up over the streams that I've been doing. Okay, so let's have a quick look at what this looks like. Let's turn on the mist. Turn on the grading. Ooh, man. Damn, it's looking alright. Looking alright. Very cinematic, very moody. So, it's looking spooky. Yeah, for sure. Gotta spooky it up, yo. Yeah. Gotta get spookdokers on the scene. So, let's have a look. The witch. It's probably about time we start to tackle the witch. This lady up here. A sad little teddy bear. Yeah, we might be able to get one in there if we got time. So, yeah, this witch that's up there. I don't even know what layer she's on. There we go. Bomb. A bomb. Okay. So we'll do the witch in a new file because sorry. That was kind of loud for you guys, I imagine. I'll do her bigger basically, and then we'll put her in. That way we can work on her in like slightly higher resolution. What is that? Oh, come on. Tale as old as time. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, being on the wrong layer sucks. Do you know what really sucks? Once I was painting on a marketing artwork, and it was due on a Monday, and so I'd taken it home over the weekend to finish it off because it wasn't quite finished, and I wanted to do some stuff to it. Fair enough. And I took it home and I was painting on it. And at some point, I was like, oh, okay, let's have a look at it. I'm going to go through and turn off some of my like working layers and just see what the illustration looks like. And I'm going up and down the layers and I can't find the perspective grid on its own layer anywhere. And at some point, in the hours that I'd been painting on it, I had flattened the perspective grid into the image. and I did not have a second working copy of the image from anywhere near the time that the grid was still active. So I basically spent most of the weekend painting out a perspective grid in an illustration which had a lot of smoke and mist and soft gradients everywhere. So kind of like if the perspective grid was still on this, like this, right? Imagine painting this grid out of this image. It took fucking forever, and it was awful. So try that on for size. Now that's a job for AI. Yeah, that is literally like a brilliant use of AI right there. Unfuck my painting from this horrendous mistake, please. I have to look because I have some meetings coming up. Thanks for the good conversations, Heath and company. You guys are awesome. Yeah, thanks for joining in. It was a terrific little discussion. Look it up. Actually, I got to go as well. Start work. Thanks for the stream. Hey, you're welcome. Thanks for tuning in. Catch you tomorrow or next time. This is where one person leaves the party and then everyone's like, oh, actually, mate, I've got to go. It's kind of late. And you're like, fuck. Be a bit around for a bit longer. Procrastination wins today. Yeah, boy. So yeah, I'm doing this with kind of like a scratchy brush, right? Because from experience, if you do this stuff with like a really clean brush, you can end up with something that just ultimately looks like super pasted in into the image. And this isn't what I want. I want it to kind of fit in with the aesthetic of the image overall. And like the scratchiness that you get from kind of using a scratchy brush can often give you a bit of like free detail in the image that you otherwise wouldn't have got. So it's just a little thing there where it's like, it looks kind of rough, but when you see it like that big, it kind of has a bit more detail to it. Was that Lord of the Rings? No. It wasn't Lord of the Rings, it was just me attempting to mimic the music that was playing in the background. That was all. I'm a sucker for my soft round brush. I really just like that it looks, and next month I'll go back to super rough texture brush, just back and forth. Yeah, I've been on a bit of a brush experiment recently. Been using like a few more brushes on stream than I would really ever use. It's been quite nice to sort of find some stuff. Find some new stuff. It's crazy how fast I'm like, I like that every time. I think I need to practice capturing things fast. Yeah, something about making decisions quickly, at least for myself, I find that a lot of the time shapes that I make quickly or when somewhat distracted, so like on stream, kind of painting and then talking and so on, I tend to make lines or like shapes that I really like a lot of the time. And I'm not really sure why that is. I don't know if it's just like because I'm working a little bit more sort of straight out of my head and I'm sort of somewhat occupied on talking to you guys, that I end up like liking the decisions a little bit more. I'm not really sure, but yeah, I've noticed that it's something that I do where I'm like, huh. Brush economy and shape control does so much. I get caught focusing on details and making things correct. Yeah, yeah. Once upon a time, this sort of thing I would have like drawn out as if it was actually the main point of the illustration and detailed it loads. But over time, I'm like, get to a point where I'm like, do you know what? It doesn't need to be like that. Doesn't need to be so complicated. The eyes are just chef's kiss. Mate, I'm a sucker for glowing eyes. I do like... Have you ever seen that short film called Portrait of God? I'll link it to you. It's like a little horror short film. Oh, come on. What is going on here? Sorry. Yeah, I'll link it to you. This is very cool though. And there is, yeah, I won't spoil it. But this idea of having like two tiny little sort of pinprick eyes that are glowing. Goddamn. Yeah, that's the short film. But anyway, I love glowing eyes. Like, pretty much all my personal work gets glowing eyes. There's just... No. Let's have a count. Glowing eyes. Glowing eyes. Not glowing eyes, but pretty bright eyes. Glowing eyes. No glowing eyes. Glowing eyes. Glowing eyes. No glowing eyes. Glowing eyes. Glowing eyes. No glowing eyes. No glowing eyes. Glowing eyes. No glowing eyes. Eyes are closed, but otherwise would be glowing. Glowing eyes. You get the point? I do like it. Yeah, it's just an aesthetic that I really like. Yeah. Adding personal taste into images. Yeah, exactly. I do it all the time. You can't stop me. Yeah. I'm just seeing if like there's something where I could put, some kind of like slight magic incantation kind of runic thing very sort of subtly around her. Would that be interesting? It might ultimately be too much. Like the image might be better with something a bit more subtle, and I can do it just without this. Probably leaning on the side of it being like just more subtle without it. But let's see. No, they were better white, I think. Uh, yeah, what if a magic is like a conjuration of red mist? Yeah, that's true. We could experiment with a few different things. Lighting from below on our features from the circle. Yeah, yeah, that could be cool. That short film is amazing. Totally get the eyes look like that. Yeah, yeah, that short film is sick, isn't it? The Hollow Bard. Thank you for the follow. Welcome. I got another short film for you. This one is very like cosmic horror. It's a bit longer though. So you might want to watch it later. But this also has a very cool aesthetic. Yeah, this one is 17 minutes long, so you might want to check this one out later on with a cup of tea or something. But yeah, this is sick. Not into this lighting on the face, to be honest. I think it just gives a bit too much detail, which sort of takes away from it. Bruno Russell, thank you for the follow, my guy. But yeah, instead of this like circular glow, maybe it could be. What did someone suggest? Conjuration of red mist. Yeah, it could be. Red would ultimately not show up in this very overcast blue lighting. Like, basically, red would look pretty much black in a blue light. There is no red in a blue light, so a red surface can't reflect the blue light. So red tends to look very dark and like desaturated under a blue light, and in this sense, it would look almost black. So just to let you know. Maybe your hands encouraging something. I loved your work. I love your work. Thank you very much, Bruno. I appreciate that. That's very cool. Very nice of you to say. Let's see. Let's take this over to the illustration. And we can... Let's take this over here. Duplicate layers in Witch's Swamp. Well, let's go. And now she's absolutely massive, but this is nice because the reason I paint it like much bigger and take it in here is because when you crush it down, it tends, you can see here, if I painted it this big in this file, all of that kind of softness from the brushes, like if I use the same brush next to it, at this scale, you see how like horrible and like shitty that looks? So any of this like subtlety in the gradients and that kind of stuff gets lost. So if I'm ever painting like a small character in a much larger scene, I will do it in a different file that's much larger resolution, and then boom, it when you take it over, it looks much better and sharper overall. Now seeing it from this distance, let's see it with the grading on. Not the grid, the grading. Yeah, seeing it from this distance, the magic around her, it just kind of looks like stars or something, and it looks kind of like healing magic in a way or something. It doesn't quite fit the aesthetic, so I think it's better without the magic there, and it's just more the silhouette. Yeah, we've lost our glowing eyes, but let's try and put them back in. We'll just go with like a solid brush and pure white. Bomb. And just get one pixel of pure white. Can we get 1 pixel of pure white, please? Let's see if this works. Oh, she looking at you. And let's turn off. Kind of dig the big ring around the hut. Actually, big ring around the hut. That's about a single pixel. Yeah. Yeah. Unfortunately, this from the distance that I see it when I'm looking at the whole image, it has like no definition to it, and so although it looks like it's magic swirling around her, it kind of looks friendly. Like it doesn't kind of look like the sort of witch's sigil, which which I wanted it to do. It kind of just looks like a star map or something. Do you know what I mean? And it gives the impression of like not being quite as kind of evil. And I want it to be evil. Yeah, have a bit of orange uplight as possible. Oh, when I first brought it in, it was huge. Okay. I was like that. Yeah, that's kind of cool, eh? Yeah, that's potentially something. Good spot. Yeah, I'll have to look up some like witchy runic symbol, and what I would try and do is make a flat version of it. I'll kind of talk you through that. So, yeah, if I wanted to make this sigil thing and have that go around. Where is it? But I'd probably do it thicker than this. Hang on. So what I'm doing is I've made a circle and I go edit, stroke. That brings up this, and let's do 10 pixels. We'll just do it in white for now. Do that. So yeah, I've got my circle, and then let's say I want to make some of these. Edit, stroke. Okay, yeah. And I'd go around and I would basically do this. Come on. Fuck. I'm going to kill myself. Here we go. Okay. And then let's say I just make all these kind of like sigils and symbols all the way around the outside. Okay, let's do something like rough for now. Just to illustrate the point. Yeah, the glow from the underside. Yeah, I'll try that out. I do like the idea of it just being very subtle overall, because the values and everything are, and like you can't help but not see it. You can't help but see her. Just she's so central and up there. Okay, so let's say these are my runic symbols and shit, right? All around the outside, and there's a bit of like this kind of stuff. If you make it flat first, and then take it into the illustration, and let's merge all those. You then take it into the illustration and warp that into position. You're going to get a much kind of cleaner sort of shape and stuff. It's going to just work a lot better than like freehanding it. Especially if you're going to add like glows and stuff to it, it'll work pretty well like that. Okay, right. So what you goobers saying? You want some orange arbalite, do we? Let's try. So I'm using linear dodge add. This is a good layer for adding light to stuff. And I also turn off the transparency shapes layer check mark here, same as you do for color dodge. Any of those layers in this particular section, screen, color dodge, linear dodge add, for example, you really only want to be using those once you've turned off the transparency layer shapes. They don't work particularly well without that option unchecked. They give a completely kind of flat and uninspiring look to them. So just FYI, don't be that guy. Yeah, exactly. It changes everyone's artwork from the point forward at which they learnt it, because they're like, what? Why does my color dodge look shit and everyone else's looks good? That's the reason. Actually, it's actually easier to do it the other way. There we go. Bye. one line in the extensive notes I took during your Teesside lecture. I see. Well, if you ever have any questions or anything, hit me up. Good old Teesside. Oh, nice. Yeah, they're nice stuff over at Teesside, and I like doing the lectures there. They're always really fun. Doing like 20 portfolio reviews back to back afterwards, though, does take it out of you. I'm always like, but at the end of it, it's the same going to, like playgrounds or any other thing there. I end up talking so much over the weekend. I literally always get super sick afterwards. Like my voice goes, and then I just get like real sick from overdoing it. I actually don't like the orange uplight. You guys can go screw for that one. Ruins the subtlety for me. Do you have a favourite event you've done? I do really like the setup at playgrounds. It's pretty good. I'm going to be biased and say my own event, industry workshops. They're the best. Always have been. RIP. Best events hand down. But I would say playgrounds does a really good job. It's pretty fun. There's tons of people, and it's in Berlin, which is a great city. Got some friends there. It's very, very fun. So, yeah. Yeah, exactly. Industry workshops was MVP, beast, number one event, hands down. Fight me on it. But otherwise, playgrounds is really good. Concept 101 in London, they do a really good job. Really nice guys as well. They do a really excellent job. The only thing with Concept 101 is like it's one day, which is fine, but it does leave you wanting like more. I think I do prefer the events that are like 2 or 3 days, because you get to hang out a bit more, and to be honest, I prefer the hangout than I do the lectures and stuff a lot of the time. I'm not saying this to be an asshole, but like a lot of lectures are all events, playgrounds, industry workshops, fucking Concept 101, like any of these. A lot of the lectures are actually shit, and people put in like zero effort to make them good. A lot of the time it is like a glorified like portfolio rundown, or it is just like advertisement for a course that they're selling, and there's really like a lot of like low effort that's gone into some of these lectures, and they're actually really boring. And so the events for me are much more a place to like socialize and meet people more than they are to watch anything. There's only been a few lectures over the years that I actually watched and gone like, oh, that was sick, and they put a real load of effort into that, and I learned something. But most of them, unfortunately, are just kind of shit and a bit of a waste of time. So yeah, the event, I mostly judge the events on the social, because that's really all I go for. But yeah, there's some good events around. But I just think for some, you're paying a lot of money, especially if you're like a student and such. You're paying a lot of money to go to an event, and then it's like you go and see your favorite artist, and the lecture is just them showing their portfolio and being like, oh, this one, I did this one for Riot, and then, oh, I did this one, and this is my picture that I did for them, and blah blah blah. And it's just not interesting. Like, you can see all that stuff on ArtStation. They're not really adding to any of they're not adding any interesting anecdotes. It's just like pretty lazy. And then on the other side of that, people just like basically just advertise a course that they're doing and don't really talk about anything interesting. It's just more of an elaborate advert for the course, and I think those are kind of in bad faith as well. When I do talks, I like to do a demo, and I like to really talk about something that's going to help people. So either showing like techniques and tips and tricks and that kind of thing, or doing an actual, like the one I did at Playgrounds, where it's an actual talk about lighting and how to use lighting to tell a story in narrative illustration. Like, that is the first time I've done like a lecture where I sort of prepared it with slides, and I really wanted that to be something that people walk away from and they're like, okay, that really taught me something. And it has nothing to do with my work, it's just knowledge that I have from working in the industry, right? So that stuff is more interesting, I think. I'd like it if more talks were like that at these events, because I think it's what people get the most out of and is very helpful, and I think is worth the ticket price, to go and see a lecture and actually like learn something, a particular technique or whatever, than essentially just going there and getting advertised at. Because that's fucking lame. Yeah, I remember going to see a lecture at Concept 101, and it was basically like two guys that have been friends forever. And that was basically the lecture. They were just like, lol, isn't it sick? We've been mates for forever. And it's like, great. I'm happy for you guys. But like, this is an hour slot at a 1-day event, and you're basically just showing us pictures from Facebook and being like, we've been friends for ages. Isn't that funny? And we've got the same name. Like, this is quite literally one of the worst talks I've ever seen. What is such a waste of time. Good job the 101 ticket is free, because it's like, what am I watching? Yeah. Yeah. When we did the event in London, we turned up at the venue in the morning at 5:30 or whatever to get set up for the day, with attendees arriving at, well, they were arriving from really early because they were queuing outside, but that they could get into the venue from 10. And yeah, when we arrived, the venue was flooded because the cleaners came in the night before and they had turned off the chest freezers and they all defrosted overnight. So there was like an inch of water over the entire venue floor when we opened the front doors. And we had about 5 hours to get it ready, put the furniture in and everything for the attendees coming. So that was the most hectic morning ever before an event, trying to sort all that out. And we ended up roping in some of the attendees that turned up early. We were like, yo, you guys, can you just grab a mop and come in and try and help us shift all this water out? It was quite funny. It was not what we wanted, for sure, but it did make a nice memory in the end. All those kind of things do eventually, you're like, oh, that's so shit at the time, but then you're like, actually, that was one of the most fun bits. It's like the camaraderie that comes with having to try and suss all that shit out. Okay, sorry, I was just looking at this on my second screen, just checking the colors and the values, but it was looking alright, looking fucking sick. Okay, so what did I do at the end here? You might be wondering. What's in this grading folder? So the image looks like this, okay, and fine, but it has like a lot more contrast than I want in the finished. For this, I really want it to be very tight value range and like a lot more overcast and like closer together in that sense. So I first add a multiply layer, which just sort of darkens everything down a bit more. And then I add a lighten layer, which is going to bring up the value of the darks and homogenize them more. So they're basically lowering the contrast. So we darken it, then lower the contrast. And then I'm just adding, you might not even be able to see this on the stream, but I'm adding like a very subtle amount of color bloom in here. And there's like a little bit more of a purple going on. I don't know if you can really see it, but There's all sorts of stuff going on. And then something that I like to do on top of this, on an image that I intend to have a bit more of a cinematic feel to it, is to add a little bit of noise. And what that noise is going to do is, where there's like harder painted edges or lassoed out edges in places, like it's going to sort of soften those edges out a little bit, so that these transitions kind of sit a bit nicer together, and it makes it look a little bit more like film grain. Concept 101 tickets seem impossible to get though. I've never managed to catch one. Yeah, they just go like in 10 seconds. It's crazy. You have to be very lucky on the on ticket day to get one. Yeah, which is unfortunate, but I don't know that they can really do much about that. It's just very popular and it's free, so they did well. The hook or by crook vibe was what made the event, yeah, for sure. First time I ever had to use a radio for an event too. Went to use a radio on my head for 6 years after that. So it set me up for sure. You guys still in touch with Rich? Yeah. I see Rich all the time. I'm going to a gig with Rich on Sunday. I'm going to go see Lorna Shore. How do you do the grain? Yeah, I'm going to show you. So, first thing you want to do is make a new layer on top of everything. And this layer we leave on normal. And we're going to open up the color picker and we are going to pick a 50% gray. So over here, you want this on 50%. Okay, we're on the far left, so we're just picking gray. And we want the brightness on 50. And you can see RGB here, 128, 128, 128. But yeah, brightness, 50%. Okay. This is going to be important, I'll tell you why. So we're going to fill this layer with a 50% gray. Then we're going to go to filter, noise, add noise, and we're going to put this on uniform because it has a bit less contrast. And I around 25% is good. Like if you do it more, it gets very like hyphy, and if you do it less, it's like quite subtle. And we're going to be making it more subtle, so it's nice to have a bit to play with. So yeah, I usually have it around 25, 26 percent. So there we go. So this does this. Okay. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go filter, blur, Gaussian blur, and I'm going to blur this. Let's see, do it around 2% for now. So this, obviously, I'll undo and redo. So undo, it's like this. It's pretty like in your eyes. And then when I blur it, it's going to take the edge off of that a little bit. But so that's that. And then I'm going to set this to overlay. Okay. And the reason we put it on overlay, and this is the reason why we have the 50% gray, because when you do this, you can see it's not changing the values of everything underneath it. 50% on overlay won't change the values. It's just going to overlay the noise on everything. If you have it like darker, it's going to change the values. If you have it lighter, it'll change the values. But if you have it at 50, it won't. So it's not changing the values of my underlying image as a whole. It's just adding that noise. So as you can see now, it's like, it's it's there. It's very much there. So I'm now just going to turn the opacity of this layer down. And have that in here like that. And as you can see, right, when I zoom in somewhere like here, the way that these edges look right now, it's kind of a lot softer and they kind of transition into each other. Whereas here, they start to get a little bit harder, a little bit more crunchy. And it adds just a nice, like, slight noise to everything. So this, which was a flat area, now you can see was flat, now has a bit of tooth to it. And it's just subtle, but it's just kind of like film grain. And it stops it, kind of areas that would look kind of digital, like this. It's kind of flat color and like a harder edge. This just sort of softens that out a little bit and gives it that slight grain, which really helps to make it feel a little bit more cinematic overall. And I wouldn't do this on every picture. Like I don't do this on my splash arts, for example. But for something like this, especially like very overcast lighting and very close values, and something that has a lot of kind of hard edges from the creation of it, it's really kind of helpful to do it this way. What's the difference between the fill and opacity sliders? Yeah, it's hard to distinguish what the difference between those is, because they essentially do, like, if I turn the opacity back up, so the fill back up, so I've got fill here on 30%, turn that back up, and I go on opacity, and I turn that down, it's essentially seems like it's doing the same thing. I would need to like set up a proper example to show you what the real difference between those is, and I don't have the time to do that, but it's something I can cover tomorrow on when we do tomorrow's stream, because I'll be going through some images and we can do some techniques and stuff, because tomorrow's stream is going to be paint overs and techniques and stuff. I won't be actually painting an image, but I'll be working on other people's. But yeah, there is a subtle difference between them. But again, it's not something you really need to worry about too much. It doesn't really ever come up, but I can show you tomorrow. The blur is a trick I've been missing. Mine feels too crunchy, plus using overlay. I've been using screen. Yeah, don't use screen. If you use screen, this is what happens. Screen changes the values. That's why you need to have it on overlay at 50%, 50% gray. Otherwise, it's going to influence the values underneath. Yeah. So be aware of that. Yeah, no probs. So something you could do, like, let's say I want a bit of light in the sky to sort of highlight the witch a little bit more at this point. What I could do on this multiply layer that's on top, that's darkening the sky down, if I double click on that and bring up the layer styles panel, I can ask it to blend the underlying layer into the multiply layer. So maybe something like this, right? And then I can soften that transition by holding Alt and pulling this arrow apart and sort of softening that back out. So it was like this before, and now it's like this. And this is pulling a little bit some of those values from what's underneath this multiplier layer through it. So if I show you that again, okay, I've got the image. I'll zoom in on this bit because this is where how it's doing it, right? I have a multiply layer on top of it. Okay, and that's what's darkening this down. But maybe, like I said, I'm like, I want a little bit of this orange back, and I want a little bit of light in the sky. So if I double click on the layer, you see here it says blend if this layer or underlying layer. So I want blend if the underlying layer is lighter. So what I'm going to do is go to underlying layer, and I pull this slider up, and what you'll start to see eventually, it starts to blend the underlying layer's values at that value range into the image, right? But as you see, it comes in and it's got a certain amount of like pixely artifactness to it. So maybe I want it to be like this. But if I want to soften that, if I hold Alt and I pull this arrow apart, I can soften that transition down. So, for example, I might want a little bit more, and then I soften it back like this. So before it was really crunchy like that, and now it's much more soft and subtle and pulled back. So in this sense, it looked like this before, and now it looks like this now. And that's really handy whenever you're doing something like that, especially with like multiply and lighten. For example, on this lighten layer, I could potentially pull back in some of the underlying darks and get a bit more definition in some of the darks like this, and then soften that back a little bit so it's not quite as crunchy, you know. But that is something I might want to do, playing around with these things. And this is all about sort of grading the image and, you know, essentially tweaking the values at the end. So, you know, it's just some techniques here for that. And that's a small introduction, I guess, to like grading, which is, you know, color grading. Yeah, it can be useful way to just tinker with the image a little bit after the fact, and just bring out maybe some values that get a little bit lost, or bring back something from a previous layer, and you can just be kind of subtle about it like that. I find it nice to sort of tinker with at the end, especially because you have an intention of painting something, but it's hard to maintain that relationship all the way through. So like this is what the picture looks like without all of that, right? And this is a kind of as close as I can see to get it as I'm making the image, but it's not exactly how I want the finish to look. And so I always tend to sort of grade stuff at the end and get back a little bit of, you know, something that I couldn't quite get, especially when the values are very subtle like this. So we go. So I just quickly want to run over, let me just save this. Save. And then I'll go over something quickly. Stick that there for you all. Yeah, and we'll call this one done. It's done. Finished. Well, there we go. Whee! 6 hours. Not bad. Not bad. So, tomorrow we are doing paintovers and critiques. There is still time to put some work in for me to look at tomorrow and paint over and do a critique for. So, how to do that? Join the Discord link on the About section on the page, on this page somewhere. And it'll bring you to Heath's house. If you then navigate yourself to the Critical Thinking Crits LOL channel, you'll see here we got a couple of people that are looking for crits already. If you drop your image here and you just tell me essentially what it is that you want help with, and anything that you're struggling with within the image, and like what the point of the image was, then I can help you tomorrow, and I will grab these from here. And I've got some from my mentoring Discord as well, and we're going to do that. So you still have a few hours to get pictures in there ready for tomorrow's stream. So we'll go over those tomorrow, and we will go over any other questions about Photoshop, the industry, whatever, any other techniques that you're looking at or want to know about. Yeah, we can talk about the difference between fill and opacity. And yeah, that's everything. So again, thanks for everyone for tuning in. If you would like to watch the stream back again, if you check the pinned comment, there is a playlist on my YouTube channel that has all of the streams, and you can watch them back at any point. So if you missed any tips and techniques, tricks, or anything that I had, please check back on the YouTube. And yeah, otherwise I'll see you tomorrow at 11 a.m. UK time. It's been real, everyone, and have a lovely evening. Thanks for the great conversation. It was great. All right. Peace.